Oi, oi, oi. Well, we're sitting here waiting for bits to turn up. While we do, just having a look at this Jupiter 6, which has an intermittent fault, which are so much fun. A lot of it is sitting around waiting for the fault to turn up. This one, which took at least 2 hours, is it has intermittent crackling on voice 3 when it gets warm. Now, the reason why these kind of jobs are such a joy is because you find something you think, oh, this might be what's causing it. So treat that area and then you put it back in and then wait while you get to that point where the fault appeared last time. So it takes 2 hours for the fault to turn up. You try something and you put it all back together, you wait 2 hours and then test it and see if what you did fixed it or not. If not, you have to carry on looking and then find something else that might be causing it and then fix that and then put it back in and wait another 2 hours and wait for the fault to turn up. And sometimes the fault doesn't turn up and you go, yeah, you fixed it. And it's because you fixed part of it maybe, or it disturbed the board. So now it takes 4 hours for it to turn up. And you think you've sorted it, you give it back to the customer, and he said, oh no, it came back after 4 hours. And then it comes back again. So this is why we love intermittent faults. Because even when you fixed it, you don't know you have. Welcome to my world. So far, the fault hasn't come back. However, we don't know if it's going to or not. So we sit here like a melon, waiting for it to fall over, which is fine, because we're waiting for parts anyway, so. Excuse me. So there we go. So I spoke to Ty yesterday, and 1st of October is still on. It's always good. Yeah, Robbo.
Right.
Oh, only the one.
Oh, you can have 2 if you like.
All right, two's good. Yeah. So how you doing for it back?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
Yeah.
Finally got my Astrolab working again.
Oh, okay.
It's just the power supply. The brick. Somehow, I don't know, it just died. And I went to turn it on, there was nothing there.
Well, they have been known.
But Arturia, I mean, it's probably just out of a year's warranty.
Right.
And Arturia want $49.99 for the brick. So I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So I called up a couple of mates.
Well, if you've got the specs, you can just get it off Amazon.
Well, it's but it's one of those
It's all
with
coming
those
from the same manufacturer in the long run.
Oh yeah, ultimately, yeah, these are made in China. Golden Prophet Electronics Limited.
Okay.
But it has one of those, you see.
No, if ever owed one.
It has a locking barrel.
Right.
and getting those has proven to be, getting a power supply with one of those has proven to be a little difficult. So I got in touch with a mate, and he managed to get one from Arturia, gratis, as they say.
Yes, that reminds me. At some point, I have to take a photograph of the bottom of that.
Yes.
2-step processing and get that thing.
Yeah, make sure you do the right one.
Yeah, make sure I do the right one this time.
You wouldn't want to do the wrong one, would you?
Well, I'll tell you what. If I put the firmware on that Sequential Pro 3 times, I did it 20.
Yeah.
And the display fires up now. Like so.
That's something.
But it doesn't do its animation. It just comes up Pro 3. And then nothing. But I get the same couple of lights turn up on the sequencer, and I'm wondering if that's a code.
Could be.
So if 2 and 6 light up, it means something to the technician. Maybe a little chart or whatever. So, but after going through the forums and reading all the forums onto the sequential site as well as third party, it sounds like she's a right little cunt. do an OS update on. Hundreds of people go, oh, I put the new update on and it's brick. And I tried this and I tried that and I tried this and I tried that. And then somebody said, he goes, I used the Snoise app.
Yes.
I mean, well, that's the librarian, isn't it? It's made by Snoise.
Well, there's 2.
Oh, okay. He said he had to reduce the throttle down to 10%. Use the 5-pin DIN MIDI and not the USB. And then it went in.
Right.
After many, many, many attempts. So I tried it with 5-pin DIN. I tried it with USB. Then I went and tried it with MIDI aux on Fiona's laptop. I tried that with 5-pin DIN and I tried that with USB. And exactly the same result every single time. So you see, the difference between mine and what these people were talking about is mine was brick before I was putting the update on. Because I came to the studio one day and it was just not on. Dead. So, I don't know. And it's far too complicated machine and not enough information available for me to have a go at it.
Right.
So it's either a replacement board. Although I did find a fault. I took it all apart, found a fault. One of the ribbons between you've got two boards for the front panel, and you've got this little thin, little thin plastic ribbon cable with a million connections on it.
Yeah.
And if you touch it with your finger, different lights came up on the front panel randomly. So I resat that, and that cured that. And I thought, oh, maybe it'll work now, because maybe it detects the buttons and pots and all that cobblers when it's doing it. No, that didn't make any difference. So there you go. So it might need a new main board. I don't know if they make this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But us lowly business techs don't get approached by manufacturers asking for service centres. Apart from Soma, of course, that was a fucking disaster.
Well, yeah.
And that wasn't Soma's fault, that's those intermediaries in Poland. It was a couple in Poland. It was in sort of like it was intermediary between Soma and the people, and it was like Well, Mr. Fat Dust had had enough of it as well, hadn't he? So
Mm.
I think Dom was doing it before, and he wasn't having a lot of bleeding luck with it either.
No.
And I don't think they ever got it sorted out either. I think it's still the same cobblers today. But it ain't come back. And if I push this button,
Is that an 8 or a 6?
it's a 6.
Yeah.
Got a nice little quadruver banged onto it as well. Yeah, so here I sit. So we're waiting for parts for that CS20, hopefully here today.
Cool.
The dodgy Duke of 8 over there with that weird fault.
Mm.
I think it's the ribbon connector, and it was a very weird. It wasn't a faulty way. It was something weird. So I had to order it special. I think it might be a bit dodgy at that connector, and that's why it was doing all this random bullshit.
Mm.
What else is supposed to be coming today? Oh, my hard drives.
Oh, yes.
They're coming today. The surface mount capacitors, I don't think will turn up today. They're for the JP8000, where we will be doing a bit of surface mount desoldering.
Ooh, get
Ooh.
you, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yes. See how much smoke and fire damage that causes. So that means I'm down to that OBXA and the CS80, which I think is beyond economical. So, there you go. That's happening.
Mm.
So for the first time in 30 years, I would have run out of work.
No, that's not going to last.
No, we probably won't. But I think it's a reflection of our economy.
True.
And our stupidity in leaving Europe. Because there was somebody going on Facebook and going on about this flag march that's supposed to be having in Surbiton or Sutton, wherever it is.
It's what march?
Flag march.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And it says in big block letters on the bottom of the flyers, no weapons and alcohol allowed.
No, what? You're breaking up a bit there.
Oh, sorry. No weapons and no alcohol allowed. March. And the fact you have to put that.
Yeah.
Isn't price.
You are breaking up bad.
The thing is, it was one of some guy on the webpage going on about brown people, hotels and private houses and rooms, living through this. Well, shit you're paying for, mate. Yeah.
You are breaking up badly, Kent.
Really?
Yeah. Your camera's frozen. Oh, yeah, it's.
Oh.
Might have just been a. Oh no, you seem to be moving again now, although it's a bit pixely.
Oh.
Oh no, I think it might have just kicked back in.
Okay. I just wondered if it's a bit because here it's all smoothly doobly.
Yeah. No, you're fine now. Absolutely fine now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, we had this chappie on Facebook, and he was going on about brown people, hotels and rented accommodation and living here for free. We're paying for this and all that. Right? I thought these are probably the same people that voted for Brexit that were supposed to stop this from happening. So it wasn't about that then, was it?
The thing is, you hear all these people complaining about immigrants getting free housing, free mobile phones. Oh, fuck me, they're getting free PlayStation 5s. And yet they never can provide actual evidence of this. This is stuff they've read on the internet or stuff their mate has told them down the pub, and they take it as gospel, and they just tell their mates, and they take it as gospel, and it just goes around, and it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. I mean, there was somebody
but it's
posted
exactly the same kind of horseshit that they were feeding. Shall we say that the more right-leaning Americans that allowed Trump to get in.
Oh yeah,
It's the same shit. Exactly.
there's a
the same
guy.
thing.
There's a guy who's been going to. I think it's the Epping Hotel. They've been stood outside for weeks, dragging their knuckles and beating their chests. And he films what's going on. He's got a selfie stick. Way. So he's like their official cameraman. And he was asked about why he was there, and he said that he was there to protect the women and children of England. He's a convicted paedophile. You are infinitely more times likely to be beaten up, raped, murdered, whatever, by a native of this country than you are an immigrant. And that's statistically proven.
Yeah. But statistically ignored.
Yes. Roundly ignored.
Yeah, no, it's just the same old fucking bullshit. Over and over again. It's just history repeating itself. Nobody fucking learns.
No. I started watching this this drama on, well, it's on Sky.
Yeah.
It's been out a little while, but it's only come over to the UK in the last sort of 6 months or so. And it's essentially the story of Mussolini up until about 1925. So it doesn't go anywhere near the war or anything. Right. It's basically how he engineered his takeover of the Italian Parliament.
Yeah.
And the thing is, as I'm watching it, I am, it's just that the parallels are scary.
Yeah.
Scarily similar. I mean, I know a bit about, Mussolini, but just by very virtue of the fact that I'm Italian, I get, I've heard a lot of stories about what it was like back then and all that. But some of this is it's astounding.
Oh yeah, and the parallels. I mean, some of the parallels are bizarre. I mean, the way Trump stands there and gives all, it's like, fucking hell. It's like he's modelled himself on him.
Yeah.
He's a fat cunt and all.
Yeah.
But it's watching all these sycophants around him. I don't know whether it's out of appeasement or fear.
Ignorance a lot of the time.
Perhaps it's a little bit of both. But the way he has these various representatives in the White House around him saying how brilliant he is and how he's a winner. There was one guy talking on Fox News. Well, all right, it's on Fox News, so it's like straight off before you even start. It doesn't matter what the credentials are. And this guy's going on about how Trump should have be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize because he taught the world good economics. Now, this guy has said this without laughing and, meaning what he says. It's all like, maybe there's a golden handshake at the end of it or something. I don't know. And you're going, what? What is happening to the world? Do we have to go through this cycle every 60 odd years? So 80 years?
It would appear so. It would appear so.
The thing is, as exasperating as it is, there's always a death list at the end of it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Mostly complete innocence.
Yeah.
Never mind the exasperation of the sheer level of moronic fucking bullshit you have to put up with every day. It's quite depressing.
Yes. It is.
I don't know. Right, check. That crackle has not come back.
There you go.
Do I risk bolting the rest of the board in or not? I'll leave it. I'm going to leave it running for a while, even if I just leave it plugged in and standing over in the corner somewhere. Mind you, I suppose what we've been subjected to this shit every day on the news and what have you. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it on air. Give ourselves a little bit of space somewhere.
A little bit of a breather, yeah.
Yeah. Although, at the same time, it's not something that should be ignored.
Exactly. It's the thing. It's like people that talk about, oh, I don't vote because it doesn't make a difference. Well, it kind of does. Even if the people you vote for don't win, you do make a difference. And if you took all the people and added them up that said the same thing, it does make a difference. And so it's the same with speaking out about it. It doesn't. There's no point in us talking about it because it's never going to change. Well, no, it won't change if you don't talk about it.
Yeah, apathy seems to be one of the strongest tools.
Oh, that's our biggest enemy at the moment is apathy.
Well, you think about it. With the horse shit that Trump was coming out with leading up to the presidential election, he goes, oh, he won by 50 whatever percent or whatever, so it's like half the country. But it wasn't. There were so many Americans who just didn't bother voting. Yeah. And they are as much to blame as the morons that believed everything he said and voted for him. There's much to blame, whether they're Democrat or Republican. Because if everybody had voted, I think the percentage of intelligent and reasonable thinking would have not got him anywhere near that fucking house. In much the same way that Brexit happened.
2/3 of the country did not vote for Brexit.
And I can see why. And it would be anybody with half a brain could see what damage that could do to the country if we pulled out of Europe after aligning ourselves up with it in the first place. And go, this is so pathetic. I'm not wasting my time voting on this horse shit.
Yeah.
That ain't going to go through. It's never going to go through. And it's that key moment where it means it will.
Yeah.
Because there's the people who would say, no, stay in Europe because it's good for business. It's good for the country. Were outweighed by the people who went, brown people, brown people.
Oh, look what I got. Oh, this is
Oh.
No.
Bye. Yeah, I love you. Not that fucking much.
Yeah. On my terms only.
Yeah. I look down
She's
on
still
you.
here. She just.
Well, because it's pissing with rain out there.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely bucketing all morning.
Lovely, yeah.
And not a dog hair to be seen. They're all curled up on the settee in big balls.
Oh, bless. What do you want, Mitzi? You're being all very lovely and affectionate, but you won't let me pick you up. Oh.
Nope. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. Sit back.
God, yeah. Hear it?
No. Oh, yeah.
Hear it correctly?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there it is, yeah.
But it took much longer to come back.
A heat thing?
Oh, yeah, definitely heat related. But in what way?
Oh, look at him. Mini Keith Emerson.
Yeah. Get both BCAs. Whoa. One of the ants? What? Interesting. Arse monkeys. Bottoms. Oh, dropped it. Right. I think we might have a look at these filters. The caps around these filters. Could be them. Let's have a look. What value were they? Three 331K. Do you really want to do a UF conversion in the reds quickly? Come on.
Wouldn't even know where to start. Mitzi, what are you doing? Why did
Come on,
you do
331K. Come on.
Not a clue.
Yeah, because there's the international value table and the American value table. Various countries adopt one or the other.
The 331K marking on a capacitor indicates a capacitance of 330 picofarads, which is also equivalent to 0.33 nanofarads.
There you go. And we've got them here. So, let's have a look what you would have won. So what would that be in PF again?
330.
330 PF.
Yeah.
Right, not in that set then. Oh, here we go. Let's try one of these sets. Back here. 330. No, not in that set either. Good Lord. Where's the big comprehensive set when you need them? What we got here? Here we go. What we got here? Right. We've got 333s. So this might do it. Might do it. Oh! I'm looking at the standard conversion for that anyway. Yeah, it's 330 PF, isn't it? So 17. Right, 330 PF. Bollocks, I've got 330 NFs.
Well, hang on.
That's an arse.
According to this. That's what we call 331K means 330 PF times 1,000 equals 330 NF.
330 NF. All right, we have 330 NFs in stock.
Oh, hang on, it might not be. I'm just because I have no idea. I'm just. It can't be the same, can it?
German. Let's try in NF. Let's try that.
Well, according to this is the thing, Google gives you the first thing Google gives you is the AI answer, and according to that,
yeah,
it's a 330 PF is equivalent to 0.33 NF.
Yes, that is true. Did you say no? Wait a minute. 0.33 UF.
No, NF.
330 NF is equivalent to 0.33.
No, 330 PF is equivalent to 0.33 NF. According to this.
PF. Oh, look, here we go. 3.3 NF.
If you want microfarads, 0.00033 UF.
0.0033 UF is equivalent to 3.3 NF.
0.00033 UF or UF is equivalent to 0.33 NF or 330 PF.
0.33. Well, I got here. Don't know if you can see this.
Yeah. So yeah, 0.003. This says 0.0003. So there's 3 noughts before.
But then if you go down here, look,
330 NF
on this one. 0.33 UF is equivalent to 330.
Well, basically, you're looking for either 330 PF. What is the one that you take that's faulty? What's the? Is it a 331K? You say
It's a 331K, yeah.
right. So that means it's 330 PF or 0.33 NF.
Zero point 0.33 NF. Does not equate to this table at all. I always have trouble with these. Always. Hang on. Let's have a...
Yeah, so it says capacitor with the marking 331K has a value of 330 picofarad PF with a plus 10, minus 10 tolerance. The value conversions are 330 PF, 0.33 NF, 0.00033 UF or MUF.
Right. So, and according to this one here, it says 331K is equivalent to 330 PF.
That's right.
Right. Okay. And I do not have 330 PF in this set either.
But do you have
I have 330 NF, which is equivalent to 0.33 UF.
Yeah, that's not the same.
But it's not 0.33.
Yeah, you need 0.33 NF.
Yeah, I need the one that's between them again. Ay, 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 ay. Typical Roland. Let's put a really, really fucking weird size cap in. Because it will fuck everybody up. Alright, let's try an even more comprehensive set. What we got? Let's have a look at this copy here. No, it doesn't go anywhere near there either. Oh, arse monkeys. Set some better. Alright, so we're going to make a fucking order them in special. Not breast, basically. Alright, we'll order him special. It means that this JP6 will be offline for the duration. Because I wouldn't be surprised at all if it is the caps. Somehow. Right. Alright, that's where we are with that then. So what would be genius now is if some of the parts that we were waiting for turned up. Oh, it's bucketing down now. I thought it was bad before. Over the world. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of this. There we go. Right. Young man, young man. No, I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect to see this kind of political bullshit in my lifetime. There you go. Yes. Oh, so, we got anything good on the agenda for this week, at least? Oh,
sorry, I had my mic on mute.
Get your mic off.
Yeah, no.
No. How about a quiz?
Quiz. I'm sure. Well, there's probably going to be one or two. Let me have a look at my. What we got coming up? There's the leak of a leak of a leak of a leak. The new Electron.
Yeah.
Keeps getting leaked, and everyone keeps going, "Oh, look, that was leaked about 6 months ago." And then there was 6 months before that.
We've had that before with something.
It gets leaked and it gets forgotten about, and then somebody leaks it again, and people go, "Oh."
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
What was it that happened to? I mean, obviously, it wasn't quite as blatant as the PB12.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, but I mean, that video was up for all to see, wasn't it?
Sorry?
In the background. Remember the show, and in the background is the PB12 next to the keyboard. The blokes.
No, he was playing the PB12. It was the Astrolab behind him, and we had no idea what that was.
Oh, it was the other way around, was it?
Yeah. Well, we kind of guessed it was a new kind of polybrute because it was laid out like a polybrute.
Yeah.
Except it had these big vents at the back, and it was beige. But it was the thing behind it with the supposed nest dial on top of it.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But it was because the mask didn't really take off, did it?
Not in a big way, no.
It was initial sales, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't have the I don't have any of the numbers, but I know a few were sold. I've seen quite a few people with them.
Yeah, clearly enough to make it worthwhile. Anyway.
I think if it proves anything, it proves that to sell a $2,000 synthesizer that isn't as obviously different or unique, whilst it is unique, but it's not obviously so. You need a bloody good marketing department.
Yeah, well, that's what gets sales, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah.
If you can't make big investments in that neck of the woods, you just ain't going to get the sales.
It's difficult, Yes, when you're a small company, you don't.
Well, we made a lot of sales of the touch-system controller, even though we tried to make a big noise about it. Even it being on Sonic State and all this sort of thing, it wasn't much traction gathered until we donated to the Bob Moe Foundation for that competition.
Right, yeah.
Then the sales happened.
Hmm.
Weirdly, before the competition ended.
I think if the mask had come out at 999, it would have been a much
Yeah, it
easier.
would have turned heads.
Yeah, it would have been a much easier sell.
Yeah.
But I don't think, given what I know about the company, you know, there's only basically two guys.
Yeah.
So they're not driving around in Ferraris, living in big houses. You know,
Yeah.
the margin on that was probably going to be minimal.
Well, the amount of outlay there would have been initially anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would have been quite substantial.
So,
It can't all be Richard Branson.
No, quite.
Did you see that documentary on how he started Virgin with no capital at all?
Yeah, I've seen various things. Yeah.
Mind you, he ripped off his business partner, didn't he?
Yeah, he's
Fiona
done
knows
questionable
him.
things. Sorry, Fiona. Yeah.
Yeah, Fiona was mates with him, and he used to love saying about, telling the story of how Richard Branson fucked him.
Well, I've spoken to Tom Newman a lot,
the
guy who engineered Tubular Bells.
Yeah,
and he was very good friends. I don't know if he still is with Richard.
Yeah.
And whilst he doesn't, slag him off continuously, he has some very fond recollections of the times that they spent together doing various things. But also, he's got some bittersweet tales, shall we say? So,
well, money changes people.
Yep.
If they let it.
Oh yeah.
Because a change of pace and lifestyle like that, and it brings, and then there's a certain degree of protectionism will come out of that as well. The more you accrue. Accrue. Thank you. Yeah. Accrue. Yeah. Yeah, it can change people's personalities and bring out traits in them that they never had or didn't think they had before.
Yeah.
So.
I was watching some interview with Paul McCartney. It wasn't like in the last year or so, but in the last few years.
Yeah, yeah.
And I kind of got the impression. I mean, look, he's done amazing things. He's part of the biggest band in the world, the most popular, the most influential. You could go on, but nowadays he comes across as a bit of a knob sometimes, not all the time, but but then if you think, well, back in the 50s and the early 60s, he was just a normal lad from Liverpool who had a gift, and he had a great mate, and between them they wrote some of the greatest songs ever.
And then there was a massive lifestyle change.
And there was this massive change, and you have to. It's inevitable that you will change your behaviour because you are now under so much pressure. You can't go out and nip off at the pub like you used to. You can't, go and visit your granny without 100 paparazzi chasing after you, or people. You will change because of the environment.
Well, plus you'll be told
that exists around you.
You say, having all this money must be fantastic. You go, well, technically, your life isn't your own. You will have people telling you what to wear, where to go, who to be seen with, who not to be seen with, what to do and when, for the sake of the brand.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're not your own person anyway.
Bye. Yeah,
which is probably why a few people sort of like come off the rails.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're human just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
They are as fragile or as resilient as anyone else. And doesn't matter how much you prepare for. We can't sit, none of us can sit here and say, "Oh, well, I wouldn't be like that," because you, you, you would be, to some degree. You would be because you're having all of these things happen to you, and it changes you and your environment and everything around you and your behaviors, and you can't do the
Yeah.
things you used to want. You used to be able to do easily anymore, and so you can't just sit here and say, "Oh, it won't change me," and he's just an arsehole now. So, and I wonder sometimes when the lights are off and the cameras have gone away and they're just sat in their front room,
Yeah.
they're exactly like the rest of us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't deal with it. I wouldn't want it. But I know
No,
that if it
not
happened to
that
me,
level. Not that level. Not that level, and not that fast. Look what it did to Amy Winehouse.
exactly, yeah. And she was a fragile individual anyway,
Anyway, yeah.
and it just
I'll tell you.
exacerbated
I'll
it.
tell you who's rode it really well. Um, I can't remember his name. Ginger guitar.
Ginger Guitar.
Yeah.
Who's he play for? Is he a cousin to Ginger Baker?
Yeah. Probably.
Ginger Guitar.
Yeah. Ginger Ed, guitar, singer songwriter.
Oh, you mean Ed Sheeran?
Ed Sheeran. Right.
He's fucking
That
off to America.
Yeah, but that fucking exploded for him. But he still managed to stay him.
To a point. Yeah.
To a degree. Yeah.
Yeah. We
Because it could have gone
in the last
fucking
2 or 3 years,
bad.
right? So we get a lot of it around here because obviously he's from around here. He's a big
Yeah.
Ipswich Town fan. He went to school in Framlingham. Everyone somewhere around here will say, "Oh, I know. I remember Ed when," or my mate used to play football with Ed or whatever. So you get a lot of that around here. And in the last few years, he's been very big on, he owns a small part of Ipswich Town Football Club. He sponsored their shirts for a number of years. He was all about, he lives in the county and all of this, and he was very proud to be, from Suffolk and, and tell everyone, about it. And then just the other day, it turns out he's just fucking off to America now, and he's going to live in America. And apparently, the reason for that, he's doing a lot of touring out there, so he's just going to take him and his whole family and just live in America. So, I mean, that's fair enough. If lots of people move to different countries for work.
Yeah.
But this whole, it's like Sean Connery keeps, he's always banging on about Scottish independence. He hasn't lived in Scotland for most of his life. He lives on some fucking hot island somewhere in the tropics.
Yeah, but he can remember what it was like to live in Scotland under British
Yeah,
rule.
but what, 60 years ago?
Yeah. Do you know, was it, with Sean's gone on about strike the like? All right. Seriously, you don't have to. This is so unmonetized, it's pathetic. Right? Likes don't mean anything. Not on here. Do it on PSN. But you don't have to do it on here. It means absolutely nothing to YouTube or anybody else involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody asked me, they said, who was it? Oh, it was Matey Boy was here the other day. He goes, how much does it cost then to run the pub? I mean, it's about $1,000 a year, something like that, on and off. And he went, so how do you get that back? I don't. Why? I said it's not monetized. I don't want to go down that route.
Mm.
Because I think if it's monetized, you know how you run PSN, and you've got to be very aware all the time of what you say and do, what I say and do, as well.
What Longhurst says and does.
What Longhurst says and does. Right, you got to keep the boys in check, right? And then there's the setting up and the running of the shop, and the blah 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 blah, and the promotion and push here, traveling around the country and going to shows and blah 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 blah, and all the rest of it, right? And then it's monetized, so money comes back in to help pay for it all. to cover the costs.
Mm-hmm.
The pub is. Should we do a pub tonight? Yeah, all right. There we go. Right. And anything can be said and done, and has been in the past, has it not? I think we've only had one pub banned struck off. Yeah, one was struck off, and that was your fault.
Which one was that?
The one we were playing the title music from reading the letters.
Yeah.
And an algorithm came by and went, hang on, what's going on over here? No, we're not having that.
Sorry.
No, it's fine, because it's not monetized. Yeah. It didn't matter of monkeys.
No.
And as it transpired, Matty caught it before it was pulled and made a clip and got it on his channel, and the algorithm's gone, no, it's nothing here. No, it's carried on. And moved on anyway to go, a finicky algorithm. So, but it's like, I mean, that picture I used today for the pub, that was my first venture into AI. And I must admit, I couldn't fucking believe how quick it was. But it's never quite... the trick, I think, is, from what I've gathered from using it this morning for the very first time, the interpretation of the wording can be a little frustrating at times.
Yeah.
Where you get the picture and you go, no, that's not what I meant. And you restructure the wording to try and get a specific thing within that picture that you want to show. And it never quite gets it. And the more that things went on, and I thought, do you know what? I'll throw a few things at this. And go, what was the one I tried? The AA come back with, it was just, it was so off the mark. It was stupid. It made me laugh. I go, man with a vowel sellotape to his face. And it went, what? Go, yeah, see? Yeah. Can you do surreal? What's it like to eat a watch? That kind of thing. It's like, what?
Well, this is why there's a new career path now for people that simply write prompts.
Yeah.
So, people are employed and paid to write prompts so that the AI spits out, what is required.
Yeah, the nearest appropriate representation of what you want it to do, isn't it?
I mean, I found with the times that I've used it, like with with prompts and just to try and create something, is that you have to talk to it like you're talking to an ignorant, and I don't mean that in an insulting way, an ignorant child who has no knowledge of the thing that's in your head. So you've got to say, right, so create an image where and you have to get really sort of almost granular to a point, and then you'll find which bits it does well, which bits it interprets well, which it doesn't, and then you refine your prompt foo to sort of to match. So,
well, it's funny you should say that, because this little trip into AI that I did this morning for the first time, it did feel like trying to explain what a black hole is to a 3-year-old. And the trick is on the choice of words, the arrangement of those words. Well, so if you want key things or specific things, they have to be earlier in the text and things like that. And it was like, yeah, okay. I think with a bit of practice, I could hone this down quite considerably. But I was incredibly impressed with how fast.
Oh God, yeah.
It sort of like it came up with so for every time I asked it to do it, it came up with 6 variants of or interpretations of what was said, and it was done in seconds.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was like, good Lord. At one time a day, you'd have to use a graphics program, and that was considered fast. And then it render it, and that could take like 4 hours, and that's one
Mm.
picture. And this thing's just going bang, 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 and I was like, Christ Almighty! It's a very incredibly powerful tool,
Mm.
and I still maintain though it's like any technology that can be used for good and evil in
Of
equal measure.
course. Yeah.
And when people fear AI, it's not AI you should be fearing. It's you should be fearing the people that use it,
Well, this is the thing.
not
This is
not the tool,
why
not
I
the tool.
think that the term AI is a terrible misnomer, because these images, these videos, these whatever, these creations are not being created by something that is intelligent, that isn't human. They are being created by something prompted by a human, instructed by a human, and taught by a human or humans. So the AI doesn't sit there and go, I'm going to, so I'm going, what?
Get
Yeah.
on my favourite scene.
So, the AI doesn't sit there and go, I'm just going to create an image of, you know, Donald Trump giving Jeffrey Epstein a blowjob, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't do that off its own bat. That would be sentience.
Yeah,
That
it
would be
goes
hilarious.
again.
Yeah. But if you tell it to create that image or that video, that graphic or whatever,
Yeah.
it will then go off and search its databases, for want of a better phrase,
Yeah.
for images of people giving other people blowjobs, images of Donald Trump, images of Jeffrey Epstein, and then create something for it. Will do it if it's told to do it, but if you don't tell it to do anything at the moment, it won't do it. And this is the thing that everyone's talking about. Oh, AI. I still think we are in this novelty phase as we go into with any sort of major technological leap, and the music industry is a perfect example, because we've spoken about it before. We all got, well, a huge amount of people got very upset about sampling. Small bunch of people said, oh, actually, this could be really good.
Yeah.
And there was this big noise about how bad and terrible and awful it was.
It'll be the
And
end
yet,
of orchestras.
yeah, and yet here we are,
Yeah.
and everything's okay. In fact, everything has been improved by that.
Admittedly, there was a bit of what's the word? Manipulation in union laws and stuff like that to ensure that orchestras didn't get left out in the cold in the event of sampling.
Yeah, well, it did, is it made people
and it was a little bit of shuffling and repositioning, to be fair, but it didn't kill orchestras. Like, to go, oh no, it will kill orchestras. No, it was an alternative to using an orchestra. Yes, and it was cheaper. Yes, but even if you had all of the great samplers of the world at your disposal, from Claviers and Christ knows what else, and you were going to do a film, say the film score to Batman Begins, it would sound great, but it wouldn't sound like the real orchestra doing it still.
No. Stephen Wilson put a little video short up the other day, and he's talking about, because apparently he's working on his next project, which is going to be informed or inspired by this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
it's AI, Ian.
No, it's not. He's not real. That's not real.
Hey up. No. Isn't that realistic, isn't it?
It is, but it can't be, because he's smiling. He's not miserable,
see that
and
reflection on his forehead. That's upscaling. That's upscaling doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem we have with AI, I can't state, by the way, because I'm off to a meeting shortly, but the problem we have with AI is that our government are prepared to just give the copyright elements away for all the creators.
Yeah.
There's our big problem. That didn't happen with orchestras.
No.
But I mean, I like the next one. I think some of the AI stuff's great. You've got to watch what you're doing with it. It's great for text. It's lousy for images.
But it's getting better.
It is getting better, and it'll get there. I mean, some of the video stuff that you can start to see now, from a comedic point of view, is really quite hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I used it last week I'm not a marketing person. I know a bit about marketing, but if you ask me to do, if you ask me to come up with a marketing strategy for a particular thing, I would flounder, and I would just be sat here Googling, looking at various other marketing strategies and picking the best bits from each one, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, my boss asked me to put together a marketing strategy this year. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang on a minute. I could, my company actively pays for and advocates for the use of Microsoft Copilot. So I thought, I wonder if Copilot can help me in this. So I just typed in a fairly, it was a 5 or 6 line prompt. And I said, develop a marketing strategy to do da 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 da, so that we da da da. I mean, this is what I want, and hit go. And within, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, bump, all this marketing strategy just filled up, and I read through it, and it was incredibly good. And
I mean,
so I just tweaked it and submitted it.
Yeah, well, you do. I mean, when we were in Edinburgh, at the start, probably day 2 or 3, I thought, well, actually, what if I take a transcript of what Jane and I have said in our review, and then get ChatGPT to do it as a theatre review?
Okay, yeah.
And we did that on all of them. It literally takes seconds. I mean, there was an occasion you have to read through, and you have to proofread, do corrections. Yeah. There was one comedy show we went to, and it really struggled with it. But apart from that, and actually, when I spoke to the press offices, we really quite liked that, because we can grab that little bit and put it on a poster. It is what you said.
Yeah.
Because it's not like it's not just create. I mean, there was some people up there who were not going to shows, taking the ticket, and then getting the review written by AI.
Yeah.
And a couple of people were found out.
And that's the danger is that you're going to get people that abuse it, and you've got to be able to sort of look for it. I use Adobe Acrobat. So if I get a big file in a PDF file, I'll just say summarize this, and it goes through, and it just gives me a bullet point summary.
Yeah.
And I think, okay, now I need to maybe read the detail, but straight away I can just very quickly see what's being said. I got an NDA through a few weeks back, and it was quite a long and quite what should we say, not harsh, but very strict NDA. Stuck it through. What's it called again? I can't remember. The thing, the summary mode on PDF on Acrobat. Boom, there it was. I could understand it. It highlighted all the very important bits, and that was it. It was great. So I mean, there are times that I think it's really good. I mean, I again, another thing with work is that I've been advocating recently for replacing me as a human being, as a human voice, as the standard voiceover for all of our videos and e-learning projects. That's not because AI is better than me. It's just that when it comes to updating and maintaining these things, it's a consistent voice and that we can use, and I don't have to go and re-record stuff and then have the fact that this audio sounds like different to the other bits of audio. It'll always sound like the same thing, and so
AI doesn't get the flu.
Well, exactly. AI doesn't get a cold. AI doesn't go off sick or get knocked down by a number 9 bus, or is on holiday when an important update needs doing. It's always there, and that to me is. I still have to do the work. I still have to do pretty much the same amount of work because I have to write the script.
Yeah.
Although I could get AI to write it, but I have to write the script. I have to help AI because it doesn't get all the words correctly, particularly in the industry that I work in. A lot of 3-letter acronyms, a lot of industry-specific words that aren't common. But what I'm finding is the more and more I use those words, the more and more it gets it right first time. And so I still have to do a similar amount of work and effort. But the upshot is that it benefits us as a company or as a division within the company, that we can be more consistent, and it's helpful. So that there are good, for me, there's lots of very positive things for this type of So I am loath to call it AI because I don't think it is.
It's not.
It's
There's
not
no
intelligent.
intelligence.
It's not sentient
It's
yet.
definitely artificial, but there's no intelligence.
Yeah.
I suppose it's also good for doing like webinars and stuff like that in different languages.
Yeah.
As
Oh,
well.
absolutely.
Yeah. Actually,
we're using it for translations as well. Yeah.
I'm going to say languages. That was one of the first things that I thought it would be really, really good at.
Yeah.
Because I suppose there's also. I mean, it depends on how picky you want to be about it. But for instance, if you did some sort of like presentation in the US and you're using, acronyms like, I don't know, say ABZ, and then you have that webinar, you're showing it in the UK like that, you could change it to ABZ.
Yeah.
Although both would know what the Z meant either way, but it's just sort of like a little sort of like that's a little bit better now. But it didn't take any time whatsoever and didn't really cost anything.
Yeah.
As opposed to re-recording it again.
Right,
and
I've got to go.
editing
So
that.
I'll see you later, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later, back.
Did you see, the Apple thing last night? They announced iPhone 17 and a few other things. AirPods Pro 3 will now come with live translations. It's only in beta and only across certain languages at the moment.
Oh, okay.
And I know it's been, well, I say it's been done before. I've certainly seen either advertisements or infomercials where companies have been talking about the fact that you can speak in one language and the recipient will hear in their own language. But this is now becoming, this is going to be a thing now with Apple and iPhone and AirPods, that you'll be able to have a conversation in your own language, and the person sitting opposite you who doesn't speak English is hearing it in Mandarin, and when they talk you hear it in English, and you'll just have a conversation in your own languages and you'll be able to understand each other. I mean, that's here.
Yeah.
It's that and that's brilliant, because that's a brilliant use of not everyone can learn multiple languages or has the time to learn multiple languages. Think how much, I mean, hopefully you've got to rely on the translation, hello,
yes,
nice to meet you doesn't get translated, I want to fuck your wife.
Yes.
So,
bend over and take it like a girl.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's a lot of things they could build into phones that would be really useful. And funnily enough, it happened last night. Fiona woke me up about 3:30 this morning with the phone. She goes, somebody wants to talk to you. I went, what time is it? She goes, I don't know yet. She goes, but it's very early in the morning. It turned out it was 3:30. And it was a guy in Arkansas who was going to be buying a CS50 and just wanted some advice on what to check and stuff like that. Now, if you had AI in the phone, it would probably go, oh, I wouldn't phone him. I think you'll find he's asleep before ringing the number. Do you know what I mean? So that would have been useful.
Yes, indeed. No, we're using it for language translations now, because up until recently, if we wanted one of our e-learning modules translated into, even just one different language that was different to English, we would have to either do it ourselves, and that's a lot of manual work, and we'd have to bring in someone who spoke the native, the language it needed to be translated into, and so we couldn't really do it ourselves. So we would then, contact companies that offer translation services, and sometimes they do it on an hourly rate, sometimes they do it on per word sort of thing. But it's not just translating the audio, it's translating all the words on screen, and then it's also repurposing the content so that, if you're translating from English to German text, the text boxes on the German version are generally going to be like at least twice as long, because Germans have very long words.
Yeah.
So, you translate something. So then you have to go in and do all the logistics of reformatting everything. And these companies would do that for you at a price. and we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars, tens of thousands in some cases.
Yeah.
Well, now the tool that we use to build our e-learning content has what it calls a localization feature, and you basically create the module in English, and then you click 2 buttons, you go translate, and then it says which language you want, or which languages, and you can choose as many languages as you want, and you hit the go button, and it does the translation. I mean, I translated something into 5 different other languages, and it took less than a minute to do all 5. And
well, then a question has to be asked, and the question is, with the amount of money the average company is saving in terms of what AI is able to do for them, never mind the amount of time saved, but the amount of money saved.
Where's it going to go?
Yeah, where's it go?
Yeah, exactly.
Does it come back
to
the people using this AI, or is it just the company just has bigger profit margins?
Yeah, well, that's at the end of the day. For example, I can only speak for what we use it for. The benefit of us doing our training modules in multiple languages is that we can engage a much wider market. I mean, to be fair, a large part of the Western world will speak English as a first or a second language. So a lot of the time it doesn't really matter. But if you're looking to break into
new markets,
what they call emerging markets, so Africa, Southeast Asia, China,
Russia,
Japan, South America is another one where there's less, there's more reticence about learning English, and they would just rather deal in Spanish or Portuguese or either Mandarin or Cantonese, whatever. If we are able to engage those people and train them better to understand our products better, to sell them better, then it just increases our sales. And of course, that just goes, into the company. It doesn't come back to us specifically. But if the company does well, certainly as far as my company's concerned, if the company does well, the employees do out of it. It does help.
Sharing going on, it's got to be good, isn't it?
Yeah. So who knows? I mean, is that putting anybody out of jobs? I don't know, because I think those companies that offer AI translation services will still offer those AI translations, or still offer translation services, but they'll be using the tools themselves to do more translations quicker. So they can then offer them at lower prices and still retain, the service. Because there are going to be some companies that don't want to invest in the tools themselves; they just want somebody else to do it. So there'll always be stuff there. It's interesting.
Well, it's something. It's here, like it or not, anyway. So
it's not going away.
But like we say, how it's implemented and who implements it.
I still think we're in this kind of novelty phase where there are some very interesting and useful practical applications at the moment, and those will grow exponentially. But also, there's a lot of, oh look, I can do silly, meaningless, pointless shit that gives me a laugh for 5 minutes. But then we'll get over that, and the novelty will wear off, like it always does, and we'll start to see more and more, hopefully, sensible and beneficial uses of it. And as you say, there's going to be people that are using it for nefarious means and things. So we've just got what we've got to do is like we did with sampling. Eventually, sampling, everybody agreed that it wasn't going away, and to make sure that people got remunerated for their work and recognized for their work, laws and rules and regulations were put into place. And now it's just standard common practice. If an artist submits a track and they say, I sampled 30 different things, whether it's a drum sound or a vocal sound or something, and the lawyers just go through and they just process it. They contact the lawyers of the people whose stuff that has been sampled. They thrash out a deal. Everyone gets a percentage point here or there, or whatever, and then the song gets released. Or somebody says no, they negotiate a bit more, and away you go. So those things are now in place. They weren't in place 30 years ago when people were just sampling anything and making lots of money off other people's IP, essentially. Yeah. And that's what people are worried about now, quite rightly. These models are being trained.
All new inventions required adjustment.
Yeah. Everything has a novelty phase. Everything, discovery. What can it do? What can't it do? What's it beneficial for? What's it not? And then we adapt.
The invention of the motor car even had quite quite sensitive changes to people's. People had to change how they crossed a street.
Well, people thought when motor vehicles came along and you were told that you could travel 8 to 10 miles an hour in one of these new motorized contraptions and live, they actually genuinely thought that human beings would go insane traveling at those speeds.
Yeah,
that was the thing. Oh my God, you'll go mad. You'll go absolutely mad if you travel at those speeds.
Well, if a child ran out into a busy road back in the early 1900s, late 18th century, horses would go, "Oh, fucking somebody in my way," and rear or slow or swerve at least. And then a car won't detect a small child running into the road, and so massive adjustments had to be made about how people conducted themselves as well.
Yeah.
And everybody took it in their stride. And we'll probably do exactly the same with this. The only almost Orwellian kind of worry about AI is it's fallible people programming what is to be an infallible system. And that's where, shit can drop through the cracks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at Wikipedia. I mean, large parts of it are absolutely accurate and have been peer-reviewed countless times and adjusted every time something changes or something new is learned or whatever. But there are also vast swathes of Wikipedia where it's just simply wrong.
Yeah.
And AI is doing that at the moment. You like I said earlier, when you search for something in Google, the first thing it throws up now is this AI overview, and it's. I think Robin Vincent mentioned something the other day. It was about the 808. He just typed in something, what is the Roland TR-808, and they said it was a sample-based drum machine.
Yeah,
that's what the AI said. It was a sample-based drum machine.
Yeah.
Now, okay, right, it's getting it wrong now. As long as we can tell it it's wrong and correct it, then it will learn for next time. But there's still going to be that stuff slipping through. So,
absolutely.
But over time, like Wikipedia's. So I don't have the figures to back any of this up, but I'm sure that Wikipedia now is more accurate than it was, say, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Simply because there are enough people out there who are fact checking it and peer reviewing it over and over and over. And that's how science works. Somebody says, I've just, photographed a particle of light moving. Somebody says, yeah, right, but light travels at, gazillion miles an hour. How did you do that? Well, I invented a camera that takes a photo for 1 trillionth of a second. Yeah. Well, you'll have to prove that. So they prove it and they test it and they, oh yeah, actually that's pretty good.
But even then, you have things in science that are theories, and even these theories are even taught, but they're called theories because, well, until we know more, this is the most likely explanation for what is occurring.
A lot of
kind of thing,
like your flat earthers and that they conflate the scientific interpretation of the word theory as an opposite to fact. So fact is proven beyond all reasonable doubt. and the theory is just somebody's idea or something. Well, no, a theory, the theory of relativity, or the theory of gravity is, gravity is there.
Yeah.
It's provable. Demonstrably, it has been proven over and over and over and over again, but it's still called Newton's theory of gravity. It's not because he thought it might be. Yeah.
I'm being summoned. Something's going on. Give us
She's
a
got
sec.
tits out again, isn't she? Anyway, I've got to go for some lunch.
Oh, okay. Oh, hang on, mate. Got a customer.
All right, I'm going to go for some lunch, mate.
He's synthesizer, so we've got to drag it out.
I've got to go for some lunch.
All right, darling.
All right, I'll be back later.
All right, babe.
See you.
We will be here.
I will just turn my camera off. Cool.
All right. Here we go. Right, guys, talk amongst yourselves while I just deal with this. Great big heavy bloody lump. Come on, get up over the rug, will you? Ow! Oh, I just dropped it on my own foot. Oh, you little bastard. Oh. Ow, 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 ow. Right, stay there. Right, where's the trolley? No, do not. Little safety tip for the future. Do not drop a CS70 on your bare foot. It's going to smart for a little while. Right. Give us a sec while I get this up. Come on, girl. Let me come out of the way. Right, there we go. Rob, I'm not back yet. Oh. Oh. Oh, my poor little foot still hurts. Still haven't had any parts turn up yet. It's actually going to be the biggest, the busiest workshop pub, isn't it? Sit around like idiots waiting for them to turn up. I am technically hoping the most likely parts to turn up first are going to be for the SK, the CS20. You can come on anyway, Steve. Yeah, done it. You're right there, Rance. Because one of the, well, not one, but several of the photos I tried to do with a synthesizer this morning was had keys running along, and then it had keys running up the side with another set of keys running into it. It really confused the hell out of it. Well, that's done for the day. Like I was saying earlier, I tried at least 20 times to put that firmware onto that Pro 3. I'm afraid she is bricked. Does not respond to treatment. It was confirming that the firmware was going in, but no. Turn her on and she just locks up, which is a shame. I would have liked to use her again. But judging by the forums, it looked like she was a real nightmare putting any sort of firmware update on them anyway. Loads of people complained they couldn't get it on, or had locked it up. Okay, Steve. Right, so Duke the 6 is not going anywhere in a hurry. I mean, I could probably look at trying to do some more to the Quadra while we wait. Although that's a can of rancid diseased worms, because so much of it doesn't work. I don't know if I want to hurt my head that much at the moment. It's got to be better than sitting here watching clouds go by. So maybe we'll go and dig out Quadra for a little while. See if we can start another fire. Alright, let's get this JP up out of the way. Stay there. So move you. Come in, Lumpy. Now, where's my birthday cable? Here we go. There he is. Bonsoir.
How are you, sir?
It's my cable's birthday today.
I remember
this
that.
This is my first IEC cable that I ever owned. I got it with my Prodigy. And it's 40 years old today.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's actually stretched, look. You can see where.
Yeah, they don't build cables like that anymore, do they?
It's still got its original bloody fuse.
Well, that's promising. Because it was designed for 230 volts and they're running about 115 through your power supplies now.
Oh, mate, tell me about it. Right, here we go. Let's plug this in. Here we go.
Just waiting for the smoke.
Oh, that was yesterday.
Oh, good.
Doesn't seem to want to make any noise again. What is it? Oh, there is a noise. Hang on. There seems to be an anonymous placement. There we go. Put some reverb on it. Okay, that's all it's doing. Okay.
60 bushings and a little bit of TLC.
Yeah, it's going to need some new bushes. God, yeah. Oh. Take better days, isn't it?
But they're lovely things. The sound and there's something special out of those. I don't know why. It just is. Or are we just sucked in by the colours on the front panel? I don't know.
No, do you know what? I did a video of one of these that I just finished restoring. And I was trying out different kind of sounds and things on it. It was bloody brilliant. Really,
yeah, they've got a lovely sound.
Yeah.
I always loved the Omni strings. I always loved. I thought they were just a really juicy, fat sound, and it's a similar sound out of the Quadra, not identical, but pretty close.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like an Omni with Odyssey sort of top and bottom virtually, isn't it? It's sort of got that character.
Well, it's basically an Odyssey with their string syncs and their polysynth is, as you say, like the Omni, except it, but paraphonic, polyphonic.
Yeah.
And the combination with that and the phase shifter.
Yep.
It's
just
has
a magic
all-round sound,
Yeah.
And the split keyboard and all that sort of thing,
Yeah, no, they're good things.
There's just so much wrong with it.
So I've got to get Ramsey his Akai Tomcat. I've got one in a box up here that I've never really touched. So it's a couple of years old now, so I'll have to get that to Ramsey, get it across to Perth somehow, and then he can have some fun with that.
Yeah.
I love drum machines, but the minute I come to analog drum machines, I love the sound of them, but I tend to use digital or MIDI drums just
Yeah.
by the nature of what I do. So it kind of I love playing with them and playing along with them, but I don't have them worked into the workflow adequately. Maybe if I had
Right.
some synchronization equipment, or maybe if I just sampled them and took single hits out and sampled them, it might work. I don't know. I'll have to work that one out.
Yeah, I've kind of shied away from drum machines and sequencers last few years. I don't know why.
I think we go through phases of what we feel comfortable with. I mean, there's something
Yeah,
about the
it's-
swag.
yeah.
There's something about the swagger of a mini pops that I always enjoy playing with.
Mhm.
I had one out and had it playing along just through a tiny little monitor amp with the Rhodes going through a bigger amp, and it was just fun. You know, it takes you into that fun factor you had at 17
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
16. The music store fun we used to have, you know, that sort of
Mm.
dynamic. But I think all the kids nowadays sort of lost all of that. They just tend to
Yeah.
work on a different premise. It doesn't have the same sort of fun factor.
It's like because I got an SR95, and I got one of those MIDI kits
Converters for it,
upgrade
yeah.
for it, so I could, synchronize it. Will it bloody work? Will it?
I've
It
got one
was-
too. I've never retrofitted it though. I've got the card
Mm.
somewhere, but it was a Tubutech or something like that, I think.
Yeah, that was it. Will it sync? Will it bugger? I go, well, the whole point is to have it to sync so I can incorporate it into the, in with the rest of the stuff. And, of course,
Yeah.
and it won't sync.
There must be a magic trick to doing it or something. I
Oh,
don't know.
Yeah, I'll dig it out again one day and just go right through it all again. So,
Yeah, I mean, but they were all the challenges that the early 80s provided, weren't they? Of synchronising things and trying to get stuff to
yeah.
DEN sync or MIDI sync or,
There was also always some sort of lag or something going on somewhere that you had to compensate for all the time.
Yeah. And really, we didn't use them live terribly often. That was the other thing. We'd use them on sessions and you'd record the drums first and then you'd come back in with the keys on top manually and you'd sort of sync up just
Yeah.
by human factor rather than trying to get the technology to work.
Yeah. True enough. Now, I could do without this. I've got a plug here, right, that's going nowhere. And I can't see a receptacle anywhere. At all.
But is it carrying power or is it carrying data or is it
I
carrying...
have no idea what that's going to. It's going to there. So maybe it will transfer various CVs or something like that, but I don't see a socket for this plug.
See, I can see you releasing in your old age a series. You're talking about AI and translating languages earlier, and it reminded me of the Hungarian phrase book sketch in
Yeah.
Monty Python.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking of that. You should actually release the counter example for all service manuals. So, in other words, open your up, quadra up. And on the left-hand side, you'll see two Tim Tellers and a Swanson. Connect those Swansons to the shekel mould via the reverse bushing, and then using a crowbar and a hammer, jettison the grundle socket on the right until the keys are in
Careful not
multiple
to adjust
pieces.
the rhythm variable.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the rhythm rail.
Yeah.
I can just see you could do an entire straight face to camera tutorial explaining that, and take one of the old machines out of your yard and gradually just take it apart with a hammer.
Yeah.
Make it a Rev 3 profit because you'll be happy to take that apart with a hammer, I dare say.
Well, yeah, no problem.
Or
This
Rev 2,
is
whatever, yeah.
This is bizarre. Where the hell does this go? There is nothing in the vicinity that this cable can reach where this bloody plug can go.
Is it, when you collapse the lid, is it something on the upper panel that it then meets? So above your right hand, is there something there that it would plug into?
Well, it comes from this board. I can't.
Okay.
We've got an interconnector cable between these two boards anyway, although they speak different languages anyway. But this gives the impression that it goes down here, but there's nothing for it to plug in though.
Is it popped out of the base of the keyboard black and white part? Is it tucked in under the rim? No? Okay.
It doesn't even reach to this properly anyway. Well, I'll be a monkey. What?
Unless it's an artifact from an earlier revision.
Oh! It's because the board's not there. It plugs into that. Plugs into the chorusing board. Hang on. Thusly, that's why I couldn't find the plug. Because normally that sits up on here, on these pedestals. Hang on a minute. See if it gives
A little more activity.
That's a little bit more activity. This is a permanent. This is permanently in the circuit for the string sense thing, and it's got some horrible distortion on it. So maybe we'll look at replacing some of these electrolytics on here, which are 10 at 35. All of them? 10 at 35. Yeah.
But do they use a bucket brigade in any way, those ones? Or?
Yeah.
So have they got 662s or they got
no, these
3109s?
are SAD 512s. Right. But the same scenario for their ensemble. There's three of them, 3 channel. Okay.
There would be 3 phases, so that all run at 60 degrees to one another or whatever they do.
Yeah, something.
Because they have the 3 delays out of phase for the Selena, so it might be a similar prospect.
So look, I think these are the 10 at 35, aren't they? Yep. So we need 5 of these little puppies. 3, 4. Because when it comes to caps on these particular ARPs, there's no point in going, oh, let's test to see if it's working or not. You just replace it. It's just not worth wasting your time seeing if they work or not, because 9 times out of 10, they don't. Right, so they're all facing north. Okay. I'll swap these out. And I keep bending these fucking legs open. Wish they wouldn't do that. I think Robbie went off to lunch, didn't he?
He's back. He's come back.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's just snuck in while you weren't looking.
Yeah, fuck, we can't talk about him now. we were going to say about what an absolute genius you are.
Oh, we can't praise him too much. You've got to wait till Friday to do that.
Yeah, that's true. Ow. Yeah, the guy come collect his CS70. Never owned one before, never used one, so he doesn't know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Was hoping I could give him a run through.
Download the manual off the internet and tell him to go have at it. You know, that's sort of something you do yourself.
Yeah, well, I said to him, I said, look, half the fun is figuring out how it works anyway. But he seemed to be having a bad day anyway. While we were loading the 70 into the back of his car, a can of beer that he had exploded. It went all over the inside of the car and all over his missus. So he's not having a good day at all. Mike's very quiet fruit bat.
Is
barely hear you.
Robbie, can we hear you?
Am I pulling the right one?
How's that?
There you go.
Perfect. Yeah.
Now you're back. Ooh. Only one leg came out of that cat. The other leg is still at the board. Yeah, see, it's pulled that track. Fucking hate. They wouldn't do this.
No, I was thinking of, I think the last time we spoke, I was talking about getting rid of the mini mugs, and I switched them on in anger this morning and had a play, and running a monophonic part with 9 oscillators on it, and it sounded just so huge. It was like, oh, well, yeah, this is more fun than it has any right to be.
Yeah.
But it's just that sound, you know, it's not quite the same as Emerson's, but it gets in that neck of the woods. It's close.
Oh, yeah.
All big fun, yeah.
Yeah, this was always the appeal of the RA minis.
Oh, they have a mighty sound, and they do sound different to the reissues. The reissues, I mean,
they sound different to the you know, even the 74 one. They sound different to a 74 one.
Yeah, they've got a Todd Rundgren signed mini Moog on the raffle at the moment on the Bob Moog Foundation website. So
yeah,
I dare say we'll be talking about that in a week or two. But although we never heard what happened to that young lass who won it last time. There was that young woman who was a synthesizer player who appeared suddenly in a flourish of publicity, won the raffle, and then sort of gone back into obscurity. I don't know whether it's just my feed or not, but yeah, interesting.
It's weird. I never found out who won the touch digital controllers. I'm sure they announced it, but I don't really
keep up. I don't keep up with a lot of the stuff, the raffles and stuff. I think 3 mini Moogs is enough in one household. I don't think 4 would help me too much. It won't improve the playing.
Well, as much as the whole touch digital thing was a financial disaster, I still enjoyed doing it, I must admit. It was a nice challenge.
I don't know what the logistics of these things are. You probably get more information from behind the scenes than I do. I'm just a punter who sticks his $20 in and hopes for the best. But
Yeah.
I think that. But I'm starting to get more, instead of just collecting, I'm more purpose driven now. I think I have a project and you have the right hardware for the project and then you go about it. And then once it's outlived its usefulness, then it's time to move it on. So I'll move a few pieces on.
Yeah, I keep saying that and then looking at the stuff and then going, I would like to use that still.
Yeah, there's also something when you switch something on after a while, like the Selena. I mean, it sounds no different to the Behringer Selena, but there's something fun about sitting in front of one with that form factor and that touch on the keys and the interaction and the sound and the sliders. It's all part of that muscle memory that's fun, you know. That's
Another one. And one more. And that should do us.
You'll have a join in the chorus then.
Yeah, we'll see. Or we'll just have more smoke like we did yesterday. Well.
Now, I had an idea for the Yamaha engine on their flagship. I thought that what I want to do is I want to get a big 40-inch touchscreen television and hook it up to a PC.
Yeah.
And then have it control sliders on an HTML page. In other words, build an editor that talks MIDI out the back from a HTML page with JavaScript sliders. So you could effectively have a control service. You know, Yamaha built the that big physical editor that sort of addressed all the DX patches and so forth. They did it for that trade show recently. You could do it in HTML free, just for the cost of generating the code, and then interact with it via a huge 40-inch touchscreen TV with all the sliders sitting on the page at once.
Yeah.
A bit of a madcap idea, but it's technically feasible. I've done it with smaller pages to do sysx back to a Mofo, Dave Smith Mofo synthesizer. And they had a lot of parameters in the control setup, and you could manipulate those in real time from the sliding panels using a mouse, but a touch screen would equally work, and then a 40-inch touch screen. That technology is available. You know, it's there are TVs out there that have it. So all that stuff was prohibitive 15 years ago, but now it would be economically viable just to create a big control surface for stuff.
Yeah.
That then begs into question all of the MIDI implementations on for parameters on the machines that we have already. So, because some of them don't always talk MIDI. You know, I was thinking of there was that picture of the pregnant SEO2 done by AI the other day, the little Roland boutique with the full-size sort of form factor and the wonky AI keys. But it doesn't have much MIDI control over its parameters at all, so you can't use an external editor on it. So some machines aren't suited to the big touchscreen, but the Yamaha, anything that has an editor already, you can effectively run a huge touchscreen version.
Sounds
dear.
What patch name is that? Flatulence?
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
Yeah. I'll buy that for $1.
Right, I want to see why that. Oh. I think we're going to have to investigate the bottom of this keyboard in a minute. Come on, there you come. Good girl. See what's going on under here. Doesn't look like any of them are touching.
Well, it only takes one, doesn't it?
Well, the one that's making the noise, the key that's actually making the noise, is not physically touching the contact bar.
So it's a loom or a plug that's shorted somehow.
Could be, but it's more likely going to be one of the controlling ICs is buggered.
Or the keyboard scanners, yeah.
Yeah. Looks okay. Bugger. Oh well. Because it'd be nice to be able to turn it on and it shut the fuck up while I try to figure out what else is wrong with it. But that's always been the problem. When you've got a machine that's got so many faults, it kind of almost like paralyses you into what to look at and sort out. Got it. Plugging then. There must have been an easier way of doing this. Somewhere down the line. That line's up. That's something. And one doesn't. Works better now.
I'll say.
Ollie sense is dead. That's unhappy. No, there's definitely something wrong with that computer. Definitely. Let's look at the computer first then. Data distortion. Hey, Lily. Yeah, you lazy moo. What are you up to, girl? Hmm? Right, there you come. Yep, cool. And you. Come on, come on. Right, let's see, this is a keyboard talks directly to this computer. Does not pass go, does not collect £200. Let's have a look at what we've got here. You got a lot on today, Rob?
Just same old, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the vast amount. I've got a meeting in a couple of hours, but nothing major. I need to pack that roads up at some point in the next couple of days.
God, don't envy you that job.
It's pretty well packaged, so it's just a case of dropping it back into its sarcophagus.
Yeah.
And holding the stand up. Not a big thing, but it's a lovely thing.
Big heavy lump though.
Mm.
Oh, that's going to be a nightmare to get that out. Right, so possibly the biggest problem here would be that 4-bit DAC is up the duff. That would be a bit of a bind.
Uh-huh.
I think, have I got a spare Quadra CPU board? I think, Uncle Kent. Have we got a spare Quadra knocking about? Not a sentence everybody would be able to say.
I don't even know what CPU it uses. It would be an early Intel, I guess.
It is a very early Intel. So, well, actually, I'll look. It'll tell me. 76. 1976 Intel. Say D8748.
8748.
Be a very basic little 40-pin go.
Or is it an 8048? I'm trying to think what they were though. In 81. It was an Intel 4004, I think. I can't recall the exact number on it. Too long ago. We had to program it via a hex keyboard. You'd buy one of those with a hex keyboard and the supporting circuitry, and then you'd tap your program in an assembly language and then run it and then see what the display said. There was a 4 LED readout on the top. It might have been an 8048 or something. There was the 86, and then before that there was it a 8048 or a 4004? It was one of those. Like I'll have to get my book out of the garage. I'm sure I've got an old manual for it somewhere.
Yeah. I think so.
It's only 45 years ago, so memory fades after that period.
Yeah. What's the crystal on this one? It's a 6 megs. Yeah, looks like a 6 megs. Okay. Because if I had a spare Quadra, I could do board swap diagnostics, which would be bloody handy. So then I could isolate swathes of problems in one go.
At the board level, yeah. Well, it always helps to have two. That's why I've got 2 Tritons and 2 K2000s and 2 3080s and, tick all the above, just because you end up with a fault. You can at least take a board out and put another one in and see if it's that area. got two Prophet 8s, two, I think of all the doubles. I've got two Mini Moogs, two SE1s, two SEO2s, just duplicated everything. Because in Australia you can't get parts or service necessarily, so
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
you're forced to do it yourself. And the only way I can do it is by having a substitute board and seeing what it does, and just trial and error.
Yeah, because it would be handy to be able to isolate whether either the CPU or the DAC on this are buggered. How best to go about it. All right, let's throw caution to the wind and have a quick look in the shed. You never know, there might be. Find yourself, Nils.
So you've got a synth show coming up, Robbie? Like a trade show you're going to?
Bristronica, yeah, in a couple of weeks.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trek for me, but
Yeah, you're on the other side of the country, aren't you? You've got to head west about 3 hours. No, I did all those calculations when I was in Stroud with Andrew, and you guys are across the way quite a significant distance.
we are indeed. So, but that's all right. I mean, I'll get up early on Saturday morning. I'll be there for 10. Thing doesn't open till 11, so that gives me plenty of time. So.
Yep. Well, Bristol, you'll be fighting for a car park for about 90 minutes, won't you?
No, it's you'll be fighting for a space to unload because the venue
Has
used to
limited
be
access.
it used to be a government document storage facility,
Oh, okay.
and it's now just this big, kind of warehouse with various rooms with a large area in the middle. But access to it it's not great because they use one access for the people, that's the main one, and then the shitty back access, which is down a narrow lane, which is all uneven with curbs all over the place.
And that. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so everyone turns up and tries to load in at the same time, or load out at the same time, and it's just it's a pain. But the parking is fine because it's like a 2-minute drive. There's a massive multi-storey shopping centre car park that's open 24 hours, big secure sort of thing. So go in there and then just walk back. And the hotel is 5 minutes walk from the venue as well. So it's all very within walking distance. So yeah, very useful.
It surprised me when I went. We did go to Oxford when I was there end of April.
Sorry.
And we went to Oxford end of April, and you can't get a car park during the day in Oxford anywhere. It's just almost impossible as a tourist to find anywhere to park, Even the big centres have just got queues of people waiting for car parking opportunities. So in the end, we used one of our guests had a British Rail pass, was able to go inside and get it validated or whatever enough that we could get a car park ticket and stay for half an hour at the railway station.
Yeah, when you get these old university towns, they don't change the town centres very much because it's all protected or listed. So therefore, unless everything's on the outside, Cambridge is exactly the same. They've got kind of limited. Well, there's one or two car parks, but they're not the biggest and they're not the best because they've had to be built within the confines of the building regs and all that kind of stuff. So that's when you're able to do. I mean, a lot of them have got park and ride, so you can park on the outskirts of the town or the city.
Get in by a bus or whatever,
And then there's regular buses every 5 or 10 minutes that take you into the city centre, and jobs are good. And
the thing is that we think we've got bad traffic here, and our population It's about 22 mil, and that's how many people you've got in London, let alone the rest of the
Yeah.
country.
Yeah.
And so you guys handle 10 times the volume of traffic than we do, and the resulting pressure on infrastructure, because nobody's widened the streets in 300 years,
No.
so it makes it difficult.
Yeah.
We can tax it instead.
It's like there's a town about 25 miles from where I live called Bury St Edmunds, where the last true English patron saint of England is named after and comes from. Anyway, that's by the by. It's an old, an old town that's been around for donkey's years, and come Christmas time, or come peak shopping times, it's an absolute nightmare because the infrastructure is not designed to support large volumes of traffic.
Yep.
And whatever they've built in the town centre, can only go so far, can only do so much. So it's like everyone says, "Oh, it's got a wonderful Christmas market." I said, "Yeah, but it takes you 2 hours to park and 3 hours to get out." Because it just the roads don't have the capacity, the car parks don't have the capacity, so it's just a pain.
I was surprised. We went back to where my forebears are from. Halfway between York and Leeds, there's a place called Aberford, and then outside of Aberford, there's a place called Barwick and Elmet, which wasn't very big back when we saw it in '83, and certainly Aberford was a sleepy high. We get there this time, and there's a traffic jam through Aberford at 5 o'clock on a Friday night that you just took hours to move.
Yeah.
And they're doing roadworks and what have you, and it was just slow going. And then we eventually got to Barwick and Elmet. And when we saw it in '83, '84, there was a pub or two, a barn, a church, and a maypole, and a big earth mound out the back that the Romans used to have for observation, as an observation post. And that was it. It was just it's a nowhere place.
Yeah.
Now there are 3 pubs. There are houses everywhere that have developed in the last 40 odd years. And with all the resultant pressure, and it was just a quaint little cobblestone town, and now it's just completely heaving. And it wasn't even a major centre. So there was an extra pub in there and a few other things they've set up. So, but yeah, no, I think you're right. The infrastructure is not designed for the population, and so you just put up with the workarounds.
Well, I mean, we're quite lucky because, like, the town that I live in, when I first sort of came here in the early '80s, it was a proper bustling market town. The main road still went through the centre of the high street. It still went through the main town, so it was quite busy. But then over the years, they started to pedestrianise part of it, and then more of it, and then all of it. So now the cars were being forced to go around and come in from different, and then they realised actually what we need to do is build a relief road. So they built a relief road, maybe a quarter of a mile parallel with the main high street. Yeah. And then, so that takes most of the traffic through. And then they had to build a bridge over the railway line because the traffic was now congesting at the level crossing.
Yeah.
So they had to build this massive bridge, and that took forever. And that bridge connects us, and that's why, because the estate that I live on is all of these people were trying to get into town. They were all trying to go across the railway line at the level crossing. Of course, this is on the main London line, so there's trains. Plus, it's also a local line, so there's usually trains every 5-10 minutes. So the gates were coming down, and the gates have to come down 3 minutes before the train gets there, and it's a pain. So yeah, eventually it kind of got to a point where they started building everything outside, and the high street, which they spent all this money on pedestrianising, just started to die, especially in the wake of the boom of the internet and online shopping. So now the high street is mostly charity stores. or service industry like tattoos, nails, hairdressers, barbers, all that kind of stuff.
It sort of it cuts away the character of the
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
original town, and I think Worcester's a bit like that too. And certainly York has the peripheral roads.
Yeah.
Even Liverpool sort of has some difficult spots traffic-wise.
Yeah. I mean, I was. Well, it's funny because I was in Liverpool a few weeks ago, and the M62.
All right.
I think it's the M62. Literally, you come off the M6 and you go it's M62, and it literally takes you bang into to Liverpool, and then you just choose the direction you want to go, and off you go. And we ended up having to go around Sefton Park, which is a lovely, gorgeous place.
Yep.
Full of the really old Georgian and Edwardian buildings.
That was all one estate owned by one slave trader, and then it's now urbanised. But I think the slave trade made Liverpool far more attractive than it would otherwise have been, I think.
Oh, gosh.
Because those big estates just put those big belts of greenery.
Yeah.
That's not far from where Paul McCartney grew up, and just around the corner.
The houses are incredible. I mean, they're huge, big, large vaulted ceilings and, sprawling, land. It's gorgeous. But saying that, we got into it and out of it with relative ease. There was, there's a couple of choke points, but the minute you start trying to get anywhere into sort of Liverpool city centre itself, forget it. You just need to park somewhere and then.
And the parks are narrow too. We had one underneath the place we were staying at, which was near the main. It was near where they had that incident not so long ago where people died. Or was it the soccer guy drove through the crowd? We were.
Oh yeah. The one that's driven.
There.
And he pleaded not guilty, even though he was caught in the vehicle doing what he did.
That's disgraceful. But we were in an underground car park, and we rented an SUV, and we were literally millimetres of margin on either side to get up the driveway and out of it. It was on a scale of compactness that we haven't seen here yet.
Yeah.
Well, I dare say. But we had a good stay in Liverpool. We had 3 days there, and were able to see a bit of what went on.
Yeah, it's a lovely place. And the other pretty drive we did was up through the north of Wales. So we went up through towards Bangor, and then we saw Castle Carnarvon and Castle Comway, and they were fascinating to see because we don't have anything obviously like that here. Fewer Normans in Australia that time of the millennium. But just to see that sort of masonry still surviving to now is just incredible. And there's some very pretty views through the towns there. But we enjoyed the trip this time round, and we saw a lot of the Cotswolds, and we saw up through. Drove all the way as far as York and as far as Liverpool and as far as the west coast of Wales. And some magnificent countryside, good roads. Not too sure about the M6 and M5. That was all a bit confusing heading north. You sort of hold your breath. The M6 is pretty much all right, especially if you use the toll part. It's a breeze, but yeah. Because they're building Crossrail at the moment, so as you join the M6 toll road south of Birmingham, there's a lot of road works as they're putting all the bridges and everything across.
We saw a bit of that happening as we sort of came up through there. But it's massive infrastructure, isn't it, when you think about it? That
it is. Are you busy unaliving that?
No, Kent's got 2 Tim Tellers, 1 Swanson and a shekel mould. He needs 2 shekel moulds, one Tim Teller and 4 Swansons. He's got them all in the wrong order.
So I was just about to buy that Keystep Pro
Yeah.
from Juno, and I was going to go for the black one because the white ones always tend to get grubby. And
Yep.
so I thought, right. And they had all of the versions in stock. Today I go to it and the black one's out of stock.
You can't
So
have that,
they've done me a deal on the Chroma, which is all black,
right?
but costs a bit more money. And they've knocked, what have they knocked off there? Best part of 20 quid.
Okay.
And then the white one, they've been a little more stingy on. They've knocked about 8 quid off of it. So between the two, there's only about a £5 difference when there's normally £25 difference. So I might just go for the Chroma.
It's all nominal, though, isn't it, in the scheme of things? If you look at
the only difference between the Chroma and the black one that I wanted was that the 4 tracks are defined by colours, with little bands of colour on each little display, whereas the Chroma turns it all dark grey.
Yeah.
But the buttons illuminate with the colours, so you know it's because I'm a very visual person. I'd rather it was.
Well, it's a shame that Pro 3 didn't work because on the back is 4-channel CV and gate.
Yeah.
So could have borrowed her.
Mm. And the other annoying thing about the black one being out of stock is that for some reason the black one is packaged with 14 cables, 14 little CV cables, whereas the Chroma and the white one aren't. And I could have done with those cables.
Here we are talking about cables again.
I know.
Yeah, well,
That was a funny program. That was just hilarious. The System 55 saga.
she passes.
I might
Well,
just go for that.
for those who, like I said, for those who do come on the 1st of October, there will be bags of 3.5mm patch cables and multi-ways, and it's help yourself.
Oh dear.
The Euro rack nutters that come to the door. Because I'm not going to use
See,
them.
the thing is, I need these cables before then.
Yeah, well, we've got to jiffy them up to you.
If you could, that would be fantastic.
The other thing I've got to get sorted out as well, I need to get a CS filter to Starsky's car.
Say again.
I need to get a CS filter to Starsky's car.
Oh, yeah.
As well, so there's some posting to do, as it were. I think that one's going to come out. I don't think it's going to be a twat. Yeah, that's close enough, I guess. Yeah, that one isn't.
No, I was thinking before of you're talking about the applications of AI, Rob, and I'm not as confident in what AI does at the moment. I know maybe one day it'll get there, but I think it's totally derivative. There's no real creative component to it all. It can structure language well, and it does know how to take existing language formats and patterns and substitute words in and so forth. So it knows the grammar effectively, and it knows the vocabulary options because statistically it can swap certain words.
Well,
But it's all a miss out mistakes. It's early in the piece I asked to describe keyboards of Jean-Michel Jarre. No mention of a CS80 at all. No mention of the specific keyboards he was using at the time in the early days. Just all sort of left out. And I think that you don't know what it's forgotten. It can write you a perfectly good sales pitch, but it may have forgotten the one critical factor. My daughter used to translate. She's one who speaks multiple languages, like 30 or 40, and can pick them up very quickly. And she used to work for a pharmaceutical company and translating into Flemish their specifications for certain drugs and certain products, and including the chemistry and the testing and the pharmacology and all those aspects to it. And automatic translators just don't cut it in that environment, because you need the human ability to look at it and say, well, is it really what it's saying? And you get simple things like with keyboards, you've got a key if you translate it from the KEY in English, it becomes in French QUAI. But that is like a key at the side of a wharf. In French, they're called touche. It's a touch. And that's what an individual key component is translate. So there are subtle inflections and subtle idiomatic changes in language, which mean that AI will struggle for a long time. It may be 90%
It's
correct.
not. It's in my experience, I use two different systems, which are obviously enterprise level professional systems designed for translating, and they're very, very accurate. And we have a lot of our translations verified by native speakers.
Okay, well,
And
that's really good to do,
say for one or two, it's not necessarily getting the words wrong. It's just simply grammatical things, or maybe because you can adjust the formality of the conversion. Whether it's casual conversation or whether it's business presentation or whatever.
legal, yes, or whatever.
Yeah, so you can vary, and it's not just like a binary option. There are degrees that you can put into there. And apart from one or two of those, where they say we would normally say it like this, but not like that. But generally they come back and say, yeah, you can say that, but it would sound a little odd. So we would recommend you just change this to this. And so we change it, and of course the model will learn that we've changed it to this, and it will understand it at some point. So. But yeah, it's at a point now that we can use it for commercial output pretty safely. Is when you're translating things that are not, like you say, something that's industry specific that doesn't follow any sort of language grammar or punctuation and stuff. So you have to be careful about what it does, but for the large part, certainly, and it's improved immeasurably in the last 18 months or so. When we first started to look at it, it was a little bit shit, to be honest. But in the last sort of couple of years, it's just it's got so accurate,
yeah.
and it really has, and it will just continue to do so.
If you look at all of the Sorry?
No, you went a bit there. I think, or one of us did. I don't know.
I went a bit flimsy. Okay. I got a bit of a glitch, I think, here. The certain occupations are going to disappear altogether. So I can see that if we take music, they now can turn a recording into stems, pretty much. And then you can turn stems into notes. So effectively you can pull a full working score out of any recorded piece of music. And that's huge. And then you can refine that. And then from there you could go back and do your own version of whatever with that fairly simple series of steps. But then you could also, once you've got the scores, you can turn around and say, learn all of the Beatles scores and work out what the components are that characterise a Beatles track, or what a Stones track, or a Jean-Michel Jarre track, and then you've got the composer, or basically as an orchestrator available to you as an agent. So you could say, take this piano piece and turn it into a Glenn Miller swing track, or take a popular piece and then repurpose it in a different style, run it as a tango or a rumba or a cha-cha, that sort of thing. So that will be the big opening, that there'll be, again, that'll put musical arrangers out of business, because they won't have to score something from the record, and they won't have to turn something into an orchestration. They can take a piano vocal chart and turn that into a full band chart pretty readily without too much thinking. And AI will know to model it on certain music that was pre-existing.
AI won't be able to impart that unique individual's spin on the, so when, like you say, if somebody's taking a pop song arrangement and they want to convert it into a big band swing type thing, yes, there are obviously a lot of things that a lot of standards, if you will, that you should follow if you're going to do that, because you expect this to happen in a big band swing thing. But the arranger is always going to impart their own personal style taste onto it, and they'll go, oh, wouldn't it be clever if we just did that? Because normally we'd do this, but let's try that. And an AI is not going to think that necessarily. It might do by chance, but it's not going to have that kind of individual human condition applied to it yet.
No, I guess. Yeah.
Well, suffix everything with yet.
But the point is, if you're a kid of 16, and you
absolutely.
And you want to do Uptown Funk for the school big band, and you've got a single of Uptown Funk or an MP3, you can run it through those hoops and come out with a workman-like chart, enough for a school band to attempt.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the only question is one of quality of playing and whether the players can cut the chart, or is the chart too difficult? So it becomes a difficulty thing.
Yeah.
But even that could be dialed in, I suppose, if you had a sensitive enough. But we'll see all that in the next 5 years. I dare say that school syllabuses for music will be centred around AI agents that can, so the kid will be given the task of take a record from mum and dad's collection and run it through the following software, and then bring me back the charts in PDF form, and that'll be an overnight exercise for a kid, not a 30-year exercise in learning how to compose and orchestrate.
It's like mathematics. I remember doing maths in the 70s, and we weren't, all of a sudden we had this wonderful invention called the pocket calculator that was brand new and exciting, and you could buy a pocket calculator and it could do all the sums for you. But we were told, no, you're not allowed to bring a calculator into class. You have to learn how to do it in your head or on paper. You have to break it all down. And that persisted and remained for many, many years. I know nowadays, the only time we were first allowed to bring a calculator into a class where mathematics was being applied was generally when we were doing, we were allowed to bring our scientific calculators in to work out all of the equations and stuff, because at that age and at that level, you can't be expected to learn all of that in time to pass the exam. So we were allowed to use it then. I know nowadays in schools, calculators are commonplace. But, they do still teach the manual way of doing it, or the traditional way of doing it. And I would like to hope that, when it comes to something like music, that music teachers will explain it and get you to do it, by hand before they say, okay, so now you understand how it works and you can do it. You can save yourself a bit of time by pushing it through this instead. So, I don't know.
There is still a craft. And the question is that you give people bigger building blocks, and they're going to use the bigger building blocks, not the smaller ones. So, and you'll always get people who won't be able to tell the difference anyway. So maybe that's the other aspect, that people don't understand a well-crafted orchestration until they have to do it themselves, and then they transcribe the masters at it. But the Nelson Riddles and the Billy Mays and the David Pache's dad, Marty Pache, who used to have a 10-piece scale band, a dectet that he used to run, and back Mel Torme and people like that, and Sinatra. And those guys were and then Bernard Herrmann's scores for the Hitchcock movies. And of course, what Hans does is different. Hans Zimmer does is different again, so all of these are different approaches. But the character of it's going to be interesting, as you say, see if the character prevails or whether it's good enough to actually get away with it. So you can't tell the difference between the orchestration of Autumn Leaves, and you don't know whether Billy May's done it or whether somebody's done it in the style of Billy May or whether AI's done it. Because a lot of the time it's all subjective judgment.
Yeah.
But we are looking at all the careers that are going to go. Translators will go. Radiologists will go. The people who, at the moment, IBM have got huge libraries that they've purchased of X-rays and CT scans. And they've got them all catalogued. And just by correlation, they'll be able to look at an existing brand new picture of Robbie Puricelli's heart vasculature, and they'll be able to correlate it with other images, pull the reports off those, pull the other reports off those library images and put them on your report. So in an emergency, in 15 minutes, they can have, any time, day or night, they can have at least an interim report to work for you in your favour when you're experiencing chest pain. And the same with it's all going to change. So that's a $400 an hour job, and that'll just disappear altogether with AI.
And they're also using that technology to catch illnesses and conditions way earlier, because they can see the things that we don't necessarily see at first glance, and they can see those tiny little changes or whatever it is, and can sort of diagnose someone way earlier, and then therefore treat them way earlier.
Well, I just see the Russians this week have released a vaccine against colorectal cancer, and they reckon they can repurpose it to pick up other skin cancers and other things. Even if this is still in the early days, in 5 to 10 years, we're going to see so many diseases eradicated through this new technology. Yeah, there'll be side effects, and it won't suit everyone, but it does represent some form of progress. And you've got to, we've already got vaccines against cervical cancer. Herceptin is available. There are lots of stuff that we didn't have 20 years ago. Oh yeah. And I recall in the early 80s, as a medical student, we were trained on old X-rays that were grainy and blurry and indistinct. And in that time frame of 40 years, we've now got MRIs and we've got CT scans that give us 3D pictures, and they can be taken in a matter of minutes. And the outcomes for patients are way better, just because the technology's improved so rapidly. And that'll continue to happen. Our kids will grow up to old age with vaster, more abundant medical options, hopefully. If some clown doesn't explode the planet before then. But so I think we've got to be positive. So I think AI will be also used in the arts, and I think it'll be used too. So your teacher, who is a brass teacher at a government school and has no budget and no time and no availability of scores, will be able to concoct a commercial score from AI instruments and software and put it together quickly for his 12-year-old pupils to play for their concert band. You got to do that a lot faster than he would had he done it in the early 80s. Because I was lamenting the other day, in the early 80s, we had the Australian premiere of Anyone Can Whistle, and they sent over the book for the orchestra, but not the conductor's score. Okay, so they had the book. There was not enough room in the pit to fit the entire orchestra. So we had to scale the strings back to 6 strings plus a string synth. And then we had to take all of the reed books. The reeds had players that would double flute, clarinet, cor anglais, bassoon and didgeridoo sort of thing. And these books required the students to have vast numbers of instruments they didn't have. So it was my job to port all of those parts, keep the notes the same, but pull all the bass clarinet stuff onto tenor sax, which we had in abundance, or pull the tenor horn stuff onto alto sax, or take all the oboe stuff and pull it across onto clarinet, and we would juggle the parts to suit the players and what instruments they had available. So I manually transcribed 625 pages of Sometimes Anyone Can Whistle. And it was written in 6-part harmony, and it was just an absolute diabolical exercise. And I never want to... Nowadays, you could take the MIDI scores, transpose them to whatever instruments you wanted to in 15 minutes, 100% accuracy, save the parts and issue them to the band. So, all that stuff, our technology we've seen in the last 40 years has done that. AI will take it a leap further again, I'm sure.
The more you say out, the less likely she will. Got shot for me.
Transistor from Nico. Who's this Nico? This female Nico. Another girlfriend of yours sending you gifts?
She's Russian. Big tits, big arse.
Dostoevsky.
Yeah.
Well, she cost you 12 quid.
Did she?
Solzhenitsyn.
Half the price, mate, isn't it? All right, thank you for that, because it means I can push this piece of crap to one side for a while.
Yes. Whatever.
Whatever.
Bye, Fee.
Bye. See you later.
Go do us a coffee, are you?
Oh, for God's sake. What am I, your slave?
Well, you're the one with
Yes.
the tea.
Oh.
You don't see TriStars anymore, do you?
These bloody Australians, really.
You don't really see them anymore,
I don't often look for cargo things.
don't you?
Right.
Are we supposed to be having a guy coming out and look at these doors?
Yeah.
You want to chase that
I'm
up?
going to ring them again.
Chase that up, love, because it's getting worse.
Yes.
Tell them we will be here. You don't have to book it. We will be here because we can't close the doors, so we can't go out.
Yeah, we live in the iPhone.
Yeah, that might work.
Right, I need to go and prepare for this meeting. So if you're around when I'm done, I'll see you later. If you're not, I won't.
Oh, I did.
Take care, Rob.
Take it easy. See you soon.
I don't think Pete's going to be around to see his CS20 explode. Repair.
We'll have fun with that. I'll speak to you later.
All right, Don.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, let's get this back in. Let's see if we can detect any improvements or not.
Well, you had something pitch-driven coming out of it earlier, which was fair.
Yeah, sort of something going on, wasn't there? Just got to remember everything I've got to put back.
It was more life than strife, anyway.
Well, as long as it keeps going in the right direction, that's something. We had a little bit of a go back on ourselves yesterday. Had it on, load of smoke for an hour. Mind that.
Well, progress is one step back and 2 steps forward most of the time anyway, isn't it? So
Yeah, exactly.
it's never a clean implementation.
Right, these two go underneath. So, where are you? Where are your plugs? God, now I can't remember which one it is now. It's that one, which is the far one. It goes there. Oh, hang on. Come on. Go in the socket. Go on. Go on. There you go. Good girl. And then the short audio goes into there like so. This one is to this board. This one. Keyboard. Processors. Like so. And go on. Here you go. Lovely. Okay. So that's that. That. Right, let's see if there's any slight improvements anywhere. Distance. Nothing at all. Okay, but we can forget. Oh, I know what Uncle Supply. Uncle Ken.
One power supply.
Yeah, we've got to connect that up, didn't we? So central to there. Goes to there. Got that one. Still got distortion.
That's VCA.
Yeah. No poly section at all. Lead's not working now. These buttons still are just on.
I don't believe it.
What's up, love?
Well, it's not particularly cold today, is it?
Not particularly cold. No, not particularly.
It's not wet. It's not raining at the moment.
Not particularly.
Guess he poked his bum out the door and had a widow white butt behind it. Lazy little.
Yeah, he's not a fan of going out when it's like vaguely chilly. Thanks,
It's
love.
vaguely chilly. It's nice.
Yeah, well, Noah is a Spanish dog. He's used to the good life and the tropics.
Doesn't help when Lily tries to eat it every time it comes out.
Can't get away from that. But she's always seen Noah as her tutor.
Yeah.
Isn't she? So,
Alive, tutor.
yeah. Just got that back in there.
So, apart from soup to do, is there anything else you want?
No. I'm good, girl. Thank you. Just a bit of butter with it, I suppose, would be quite cool. Right, let's put this back together. Well, sort of back together. And move on. I want to go and get something done with this SK. And get that over instead. See what happens when we put the transistors in. See if it catches fire or not.
I might bid you fond adieu at this stage as it's about midnight here.
Yeah.
Yep, so
All right, buddy.
it'll be about 3 p.m. there, I guess.
Yeah, just coming up to 3.
PSN is Saturday mornings at 4 a.m. for me and Ramsey's at 11 p.m. So Saturdays are a very long day. But
Yeah, it's a
sometimes,
bit bright and early, isn't it?
sometimes I sleep in on Saturday and wake up at 5 or something and catch you halfway through. But
Yeah. All right, then, dear.
well, you take care, and I'm
And
sure
you.
that the minute I walk away from that quadra, it will behave perfectly. You watch; it'll be one of those.
I don't think so.
All right, cheers,
I've got
everyone,
an
and
ear
chat
for
to.
these things, and this is not going anywhere quick.
No, it's a bit musty, but but it's showing some signs of wanting to behave.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the polysynth will come good. It'll just be a waveform generator or something that isn't
It's quite
isn't
possible something up on that board's
responding.
gone. Yeah.
Or it'll be a dry joint or a lack of Tim Tams is also the other thing that causes all sorts of problems.
Oh, mate. Yeah. They're the scourge of the planet when they're in short supply.
Everything goes wrong. All right, mate. Have a good one. Ciao to all.
And you,
Bye
but
now.
I'll surprise. Take care, man.
Thanks. Cheers.
Ta-da, mate. Right then. I think we've got to move on to the CS20 then. What do you reckon, young lady? Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, no, you haven't had your morning cuddle, have you? Well, that's because you didn't come down, did you? No. Right. There you go. All right. Right. Why don't you bum there so we can get this quadra out of the way? Good go. All right, let's move this big lump. I'll tell you what, no, let's get the CS out first. Might be a better idea. Oh, this could still end up being one of those machines that ends up becoming financially non-viable. Especially if that DAC's gone. It definitely feels like it. Right. Let's see if we can get Uncle Peter's CS to work, shall we? Because we haven't had a peep out of this since it's been there. There we go. Right. Okay. Looks like we'll have to mount these on heat sinks anyway. So I've got some old heat sinks that we can use. So that's the 490. There we go. Brand new 490. I say brand new, it's not. It's sitting in a dusty drawer for fucking 50 years. Right, let's have a look in here. See what we got. Right, we're looking for heat sinks. Excuse me, just move this out of the way. Right, so over here. Check our little drawer system. Right, so we're looking for a pair of transistor heat sinks. There we go, there's one. What's on that? 244. Oh, there we go. Another one. What's on this? A 243. Okay. So these were out of the CS at some point. CS 80 actually, judging by those figures. Okay. Yeah, fits nice. Let's put the 490 on this one. There we go. Okay, that's one. Oh, can't really see this. Okay, take that one off. Put this one on. Oops. There we go. Get that on. Put that on. Get started. Board right. Okay, now we have to take this camera offline for a minute while we go sniffing around. We need looking at archive. Looking for CS20. Here we go. Call that one up. Right, power supply be down the bottom. Let's have a look and see what we get here. God, bloody hell, let's go right down the bottom. Okay, so TR12 is, let's look at the TR12 is the 490. TR9 is the 325. Okay, so the 490 goes on the fast side of the board. Okay. So that one goes in there, like so. It's supposed to, anyway. Okay, that's one. And then the 325 goes in there like that. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see what happens. God help us all. So that is one. Make sure it's tight to the board. There he is.
I thought I'd come for the fireworks.
Yeah, it's always good when you've got the owner standing there watching you do it, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't really care. Well, I do, but you know what I mean. So what have we got this time? What different part did you get?
We've got a different upgraded kind of voltage transistor
Oh, okay.
that apparently is more suitable for these power units, but it's theory more than science.
Okay.
Guesswork. Well, there's a little bit of guesswork in it as well. So we have to. Right, there's a little modification that has to be made now. To this track here. Go. Hold on. There. Like so. There we go. Good. Cool. So far, so good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we'll turn it over the right way. Okay. Now, are they supposed to be? Make sure that we've right. Okay. Alright, so we plug this in and we'll try and read.
I'm back.
Yeah, we'll try and read the outputs and see what we get. Okay. I'm not going to connect the synth itself up to it yet because that's just asking for fucking trouble. Okay, there we go. Right. Right, she's in. She's in, but she's not on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now I want to confirm pinouts. Right, so we're looking for plus and minus 15 on pins 1 and 2. No, 2 plus 15 on 1 and 2. Okay, that's what we're looking for first. Oh, hang on. Sit that up the right way. Here you go. Hopefully it doesn't blow up in your face. No, it's not enjoying that. Lord.
Let her off.
Oh.
I better get this a sec.
Well, the end one is 10, isn't it? Minus 10 on the far side. So that should be minus 10. Minus 1. What in the... What? What is it with this fucking keyboard? She just doesn't want to play ball properly. was it? What was the other key one? The other key one was 7. 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was another key one. Why is it fighting? Absolutely none of them. Fucking one. Let's check it. No, that one. No, that's the third one. Try the second one. Try the second one. And the third one. Yep. Okay. Now, number 4. This is all tangled up, of course. No, that's 4. This one's 3. This one is 4. Let's check a different avenue. When's the first? It's about 3 weeks, isn't it? Okay, it's fighting. It's going to fight me. It's going to fight you now. Tobacco, please. Don't move. Let me dig around under you for my paraphernalia. There you go. Thank you. Oy, oy, oy.
So what happened then? Not a lot.
Not a lot.
So is it still something on the board pulling this down then, do you think?
I don't know.
No.
Because like with a lot of these CSs, they do like a return system. So you don't get the correct voltage if you disconnect the wires. Coming out of the power supply, it needs to have a return feedback before you get the correct voltage reading.
No, okay.
I don't think this is the kind of system that requires that. But it's just weird. I've got the juice going in.
How annoying.
With a brand new, or tested anyway, and yet got an itch. Yeah. Sense ye make not.
Oh.
Can't see anything that's possibly pulling that down. This week has consistently none of the lines are given the correct voltage. I mean, sometimes you get like the plus and the minus 15 that kick in, okay. But and on this you have a minus 10 and a plus 5. Maybe the plus 5's down, or the minus 10's a little high.
Yeah.
It's like they're all pointing in the right directions. So what is a minus is a minus, and what is a plus is a plus.
Right.
But nowhere near the actual voltage that's required to make the thing fire up and work.
Yeah.
But it's a drain across the board, even though it's dual supply. They're not really connected to each other.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So it's not just a regulator thing then, where you can fiddle about.
Because in the transformer, it's 2 separate transformers in the one.
Oh, I see. Right.
So it's like, what? what? There's something on here that's doing this, but I'm not seeing it. I have to deconstruct this again. What's annoying is it's not like it's the most complicated power supply in the world.
No.
It should be relatively straightforward. Get there. Not getting it. Let's have a look at that. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll get a look at these AC out. Yeah. 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 Coil is running a treat.
Right.
Mother pearl. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit down and have a think about this one. Again.
Again.
Let's check the outputs on the op amps themselves. Yeah. Okay, so you're present there and there and there and there. But you're not at the output. What the? Right. We're at the output of the op amp.
Yeah.
And that op amp. But you're not present at the output. What the? What? That's the right one, yeah, it's the right way. Eh? Is there a micro crack in the board or something? What the hell is going on here? I don't understand. I'm really not understanding this.
Very odd.
See, the CS80 power supply is inexorably more complicated than this one, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen all sorts of weird and wonderful behaviour out of CS80 power supplies. But this one goes straight to the top of the list. And just goes.
A real challenge.
Yeah. El Bazare. Can't get those puppies again, surely. They're brand new. So check them. Reconstitute this one. Where is it? Put one on again. Try this. Do. Doesn't look cow. Check the output on the primary regulator.
All right.
Let's see what that does. Hey, that's up the fucking chart. There you go, 25. Okay, what's the sense on? Whoa, there you go, girl. 25. Nothing. What? What? Secondary. That'd be TR2 then, wouldn't it? That's our output, yeah. Center, kicking, yeah. Secondary of TR2. TR2 is a 2120. Of course it is. You don't do off-the-shelf components here, young man.
Of course not.
Of course you would. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. The only reason that do that is if I think what's happened here is putting in the new partners then pushed over the next component in the line, make
Right.
them back up.
Oh, I see. So it's pushed it down the chain.
Yeah, so it's not down the chain and it's not down the next stage that's considered weak in
Right.
a link. Okay, so one of them is oh Christ, one of them is what? TR7. Might have taken TR7 over as well. TSA 950. Christ almighty, where do they get these bloody components from? Okay. Let's have a quick look at. Was it TSA? I'll go back now. Because he's forgotten. What a twat. TSA 920. It's going to be one of these. No, not you, not you. In isolation, it's 3. There's a bloody circuit for it. I'm doing this backwards. Here we go. 21, 20, 18, 15. Not so bad. 2S18. I think I have 2S18 things in stock. So it's the 21, 2SC 2120. No, might get the other one. Alright, let's have a look, see what we come up with here. So, SC 2120. Let's have a look and see what they reckon. Four. Yeah. 2N. Got anything in 2N? Oh, have something in 2N. Come on, 2S. 2S, 2N, here we go. Oh, for crying out loud. So even the equivalent part is fucking unicorn turds as well.
Right, okay.
So the part itself is rare. Its equivalent part is just
even rarer. Oh.
You get this a lot in the smaller CSs. This is not coming as a massive shock, put it that way.
Okay.
No. Guess what? No. Critical moments. Go away. Right, moment of truth. Does our saving grace shop? Can it help us out here? So we want, because ideally to get the same part. 2SC 2120. Here we go. 2SC. So far so good. 21. Yeah. 20. Oh, you fucking little bastards. You got them. They've got them. Oh, thank you, Cricklewood. How many do we need? 1. Really? Okay. Well, let's book it in. 2120. So we'll have, for argument's sake, we'll make it 2. Because you never know. Right, next on the list. Wish the fucking PDF wouldn't keep jumping. Every time you call it up, it jumps to the beginning again. You've got to go back and try and find the page you were on. It's a pain in the arse. No, it's not there. It's here somewhere. Spend more time looking for the page in the PDF than I do actually doing the work. That's about to turn up in a minute. Here we go. Make another page. 62. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that. What was it? Found it? No?
Yeah, it's got one. They
Right.
got one. Right, now we want to C 1815. 2 SC 15. Yes, they've got them. Okay, let's have. How many you got in stock? Oh, enough to be getting on with. Okay, so let's have. We're going to need at least 6. In you go. Next is 10 15s. 10 15s around it somewhere. What's the right? Okay. 10 15. 2 say 10 15. See if you got them. 2 SA 15. Currently unavailable. Bugger, arse and shit. When Crooker would say currently unavailable, would mean they're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, well, I may be able to resource them from somewhere else. So in the meantime, what is the other thing I needed? It's the 2SA 950s. Oh, that's you know. 8. Which one? Hang on a minute. I wondered. Yeah, okay. So 2SA 950. Right. 2SA 950. Sorry, you're searching no results. Okay. Fair dues. And then we want 2 more of the. Should we get 2 more of the others? Might be better. 2SA 490. So 2SA 490. out of stock. Fucking hell. So the one I bought was the last one they had. Okay, that's a shit. And the other one is the 2SD 235. 2SD 235. Currently unavailable. God, my nose itches so much. Right, so I've got to go running around half the planet then looking for these transistors. Brilliant. So it brings that one to a rather abrupt bloody halt as well. What? What's that? Right, young lady. Mind yourself, girls. Right, so this has turned into quite a shit week all round, really. And it's only Wednesday. And my hard drives haven't turned up still. Have you got anything else to get going? Apart from the JP80 hasn't turned up at all. And it's due today.
Right, it's back in the room. So what was the verdict then?
Well, there's a lot of the ones I need. I need more of.
Okay.
But they haven't got them. They're out of stock. We bought the last two.
Right.
So I'm going to have to go on a bit of a transistor hunt on the planet, around the planet.
Okay.
And see if we can find them at another source. I might try Nico's again. But I just have to write out the list and go through and get them.
Okay, cool.
So
yeah. Stick it on the bill, as it were.
Yeah, well, I've sourced at least 15 quid's worth from Cricklewood anyway.
Right.
And get them all on order, and then find the other ones from where the fuck ever.
Yeah.
And then
see what we can do.
Hopefully that'll be it.
Okay.
But we're slowly running out of parts to replace.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So, I mean, when it went, was it just, you turned it on, it just, no lights sort of thing?
No, it was all lights. All solid lights.
All solid lights?
Yeah. Which we originally thought it was some sort of voltage regulator problem.
Yeah. Well, it turned out it was, but also every single transistor in its line as well, by the looks of things.
Right.
Arse.
Mm.
Well, whatever made it decide to go.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been anything to do with the power here because it's all on the jobbies, all the battery powers. It's all the no spikes or anything like that. Weird.
Yeah, it's weird because normally you get these power supplies and you just go, bish, bash, bosh, and you go, yay, back again. I've never known one to be globally buggered.
Hmm.
So I don't know what was going on there.
Oh, well.
But it looks like some sort of like bridging component went, just decided to go.
And took a few with it.
Mm.
Took a few down with it.
And it was a little toxic for all the other components around it.
Yeah.
And some of them I think it's weakened.
Yeah.
Because I can remember that transistor I just checked. I can remember that transistor working.
Right.
and now it isn't.
Right.
So the part further down the line that's now being replaced has come along, and it's gone, oh, do you know what? I've had enough. They go, you couldn't have done that earlier. But
Yeah.
I've ordered you with the other part.
Oh dear. Never mind. That's another one you can't finish in.
No. It's not exactly been a productive week.
No, that does it.
No. So I think what we'll just finish off the day now is we get a phone call from the guy who collected the CS70 this afternoon saying, I plugged it in and it blew up and there's fire and it burnt me out to the ground.
Don't tempt fate, mate, for Christ's sake.
I know. Sometimes you go, oh, you know what?
I don't know.
You know, sometimes the bed looks so attractive and you say, oh, I'll just climb into that and just not bother getting out the rest of the day. Yeah. And the thing is, I could have got on with done some more on the Muzzy. It's pissing me rain.
Pissing me rain, yeah. Can't win, mate. Can't win.
But God, dear me. I don't know.
No, me neither. Right, I got to go and do a meeting now, unfortunately. Another frigging job that want to chat about it. Oh, I want to chat about it. I'm just going to come and do it. No, I need to chat about it. So, hey-ho. So I'll catch you on the next one, no doubt.
Yes. Well, I'll probably knock this on the head now.
Okay.
And go in and have a little sulk.
I should, yeah. Curl up in front of the telly.
Yeah, I might. Well, I'd like my NAS drives to turn up. That would be.
Oh, that'd be good. Then you get those sorted out, can't you?
Yeah, but they haven't turned up.
Ah.
Along with the amp chip for the JP8000.
Ah, right.
They were due today, but
yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
they're being your bin.
Yeah.
Right, you are then, mate. I will speak to you
then.
soon. Yeah,
All
cheers,
right.
Ken. See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later. Right, I'll see you chappies laters in whatever capacity that we do. There'll be some sort of live show on tonight, I suppose. I'll pop in. So see you all later. Look after yourselves and have a better day than I'm having. Which probably won't be that hard to do. All right. Well, I'll see you lot later. You enjoy yourselves. Take care.